Good evening and welcome to another Computerized Start live stream. I am your host, Justin D. Morgan, and I will be recapping the LC2's power supply tonight. But I'm also going to warm up by replacing a part on this PDS card. This is an LC PDS network card. It does not sustain a link when you plug in a network cable. The link light blinks, and according to the manual, the link light should not be blinking, at least not the way it is. Because I think there's actually an activity LED that's supposed to blink. So I believe that the chip here has possibly been blown. That is my best guess. It also happens to be the only part that I could conceivably replace. So I have replacement parts from UT Source. Although some of these parts are from UT Source, and some of these are from one of their third-party vendors that list parts on the marketplace. I don't know which is which. I don't know if one is any better than the other. So I am going to... Oh! Hi, Retro Tech Chris. Welcome to the stream. Even if you are popping in to say hi, it's always appreciated. I noticed there was no Mac-Yak tonight, so I started my stream early. Because then I know I have plenty more time to complete things. So let's see here. So what I'm going to do is repair this PDS card, but I'm going to perform a test on these components to see if either of them have been remarked, as I suspect they have. In fact, I suspect I'm going to find both of them have been remarked, which in that case, I believe I will go for probably the quantity of 4, I think, are the ones that actually came from UT Source, because I suspect they were more expensive. But anyways, again, this is a best guess repair. Okay, so first I'm going to try some isopropyl alcohol, which I suspect is going to do nothing, because it's usually acetone that's required, but ooh, actually, that actually looks like that might have transferred a little bit of paint from that one. So I suspect the ones that I pulled out of the tube... Oh, interesting. Maybe I have the two mixed up. Because I think one of these was, I don't know. One of these was UT Source, and one of these was their third-party seller. And... okay, so this one, I saw some transfer of paint with the isopropyl alcohol, or at least I thought I did. But I don't think that transferred anything, actually. Maybe that was just my imagination. Okay, so this is nail polish remover, otherwise known as acetone. Alright, and these are, these might actually just be new old stock chips, because I didn't see any paint transfer from them. Alright. So I don't know that I necessarily want to use the ones I got acetone on. But I think I'm going to use the... let me just double check. 20F001. Okay, I'm going to use the 20F001s that don't have the N on the end, because I do not know what the significance of the N is. But I'm just going to do a real quick replace, and then I'll test these at some point, or test it. The thing is, if this doesn't restore functionality of the card, then that's all I'm going to do, because I don't think there's anything wrong with the capacitors. I mean, they do appear to be in line, but I don't think those are the problem. Actually, those yeah, those are capacitors. 39 2 kV. But I don't think these two chips I'd be able to get, because if it's not this component, then it's probably one of these two. And at that point, those are proprietary, because the card otherwise seemed to be functional. So I am warming up the desolder gun. This should be a fairly easy replace. I just need to remember that the dot goes on the side with the notch. And we'll see if I can get this card working again. But my theory is that, because I think this is the isolation transformer for the Ethernet signal, and Surges can blow these out. So that is my best and only guess in terms of repairable what is wrong with this board. So this tip might be just a little bit big. I think this tip might be too big for the pads. I wish they labeled these tips better. Oh, and of course I had to change some things up down here. Alright. And of course I had to leave my phone upstairs. Alright, let me walk around the back of my bench and manually push a button. There we go. I'm going to try adding some solder to these pads to see if that helps. And if it doesn't, then I'll just have to let the desolder station cool down, because I may have to change tips. Because I think the tip that's on it by default may be way too big for the size of the pins that I need to desolder here. Oh yeah, it would also help if I turned on more noise-making objects that will... Oh. That's weird. Oh, I must have had solder on the end of my soldering iron. At least make that a halfway decent solder joint, even though I'm just adding solder to then remove the solder. Sometimes on old solder joints it is necessary to do that. So let's see here. Ah, that might have done it. we go. I think that chip is free, more or less. There we go. Alright, so chip is out. Let me clean up the slight mess I made desoldering. I don't need to remove the solder from those vias because there's no pins that go there, but let me at least get this. There we go. Stray solder up. And now I will take one of these new chips, place it in the board. Going to tack a pin. I just have a little bit of solder on the end of my soldering iron. It's probably not going to cooperate, so maybe I'll just... Okay, so I will just bend a pin on each corner instead, so I don't have to waste tape for such a small part. Actually, I've noticed that on Apple circuit boards, they do things like that on some of their through-hole parts in the day. I think I noticed it on the back of the IIci board that the new bus, the pins in the new bus slot, some of them are bent over like that. Alright, so let me check my solder work joints. Well, they're not, for some reason they're not the greatest, although I think I need to order a new tip for my iron. Oh, you know, I don't think that pin actually connects to anything. Because that... I don't think that pin connects to anything, because that solder is not going down the via at all. I mean, I don't see... Let me... Alright, I think maybe that's actually better than I thought it was. I will take some... Oh. Isopropyl alcohol. So I can see the solder joints a little better. Alright, I think it's soldered on. Some of these pins I think are no connect because I can't see that there's any wires on either side, so I'm going to go with that and I'll give that a try. So, alright. So that's the PDS slot, the PDS card for my LC. Which, if the 128 subscriber challenge works out, it could be your LC. So if you're not a subscriber, well, why don't you get right on that? And the reason why this is the one I'd include in the LC is because it has an FPU socket. How nice. For the LC II, I installed an FPU socket, so I don't need to have a card that has an FPU socket for it. Alright, so it is now time to start to work on the power supply here. Fortunately, I think I have all the capacitors I need, as best as I can tell. For a moment, I thought I didn't, because I couldn't find one of the values, and then I realized, luckily though, that the Amiga power supply used that value, and I'd ordered an extra one. Although it's a different, it's a higher voltage rating in the Amiga power supply than in the LC power supply, but I think it will be just fine. Alright, so in order to get this board out, I need to desolder the incoming mains wires. Which I am doing right now. Alright, so I think... Nope, not quite desoldered. Alright, let me get some solder braid out. Unfortunately, this is kind of an awkward position just because it's on the underside of the bottom of the board. I think I very much like working on the TDK brand power supply better because I think its incoming power connectors are easier to get to. Ugh. And you know, there's also, I think, something there's like some black gunk that is, I don't think it's, flux residue. Whatever it is, though, it's awful. Alright, so let me see if I can't... There we go. I got one of them. There we go. They're out. So now I've got the power supply out. So I'm fairly sure that this power supply needs recapped, and hopefully that's the problem with it. Because when I tried testing it, when I got the LC II, it made an electrical type noise, but otherwise did nothing. And it kind of looks like it's got electrolyte on the board. Let me see, what did I do with my spudger? So some of this is not electrolyte on this transformer, but if you kind of look down between these components, maybe not so much here, but down here, it's kind of like under a microscope, it had a crackly appearance. I think that might be dried electrolyte, although I could be wrong. This power supply could have other problems. But I don't see anything obviously blown. And these are notorious for having issues. So now that I've got it out, I don't know. I know at least for the Astec power supply, this big capacitor usually does not need to be replaced. Unfortunately, that's a Bruce question, and I think I'm going to I'm going to replace it on this power supply. So, or try to at least, although I can't use that because the pins are too big. Alright, so I will just have to use solder braid. I'm just going to try to rely on the flux that is in this braid because I don't want to gum up my desolder station with flux. Alright. There we go. So that cap is out. It looks okay. But since I got it out and I have a replacement, I'm just going to go ahead and install the replacement. And since I don't have a recapping guide for this power supply, I think all I managed to find was a list of caps. I'm probably going to remove a cap and replace it, and remove a cap and replace it. Or at least remove all the ones that are of a value and replace them. Just because I don't have a recapping guide to refer to. There we go. So that was a 180 microfarad 400 volt cap. So I replaced it with a similar sized cap. But I'm nice to my power supplies. I actually use 105 degrees C rated caps. Apple was cutting costs. They only used 85 degrees C. See, I'm nice to my LCs. Alright, so the next cap is this one here. which is, I believe, these two pads. This is the transformer. And yeah, I think it's these two pads here. Ooh. Alright, now I got a distinct odor of fish when I removed that cap. So that cap may have actually been leaking. So that is a 47 microfarad, 25 volt. All right. 47 microfarad, 25 volts. Here we go. So the original was 105 degrees C, and my replacement is 105 degrees C. And the stripe indicates negative, plus there's a little positive sign down there on the board. And yeah, actually I think that capacitor had leaked because that smelled fishy when I removed it. And your caps are not supposed to smell fishy. Alright, there we go. A new cap. Properly sized and ready for action. And actually kind of looking at the bottom of this old cap that was there. Alright, let's see if I can... Okay, it's hard to see on camera, but I sure thought... It looks like this one's leaked, so... Not going to lose any sleep over replacing that one. Alright. So the next capacitors I'm going to replace are... I'm going to replace these two because they're the same value as far as I can tell. And on the bottom of the board, I believe those are... Let me see here. So there's the transformer. Is there another part down there? Ah, okay, so there's a little ceramic cap that's over to the side of the board. So I think that capacitor is going to be these two pins here. And yes, that is correct. Actually, I think I might use some solder braid because of the way that pin is bent from the factory. But yeah, those are the two pads. I may have to desolder this other pin because I think they're bent on top of each other, but that's fine. I'll detangle and Mm. Oh, okay, maybe it's actually, there we go. I had the wrong pins. Okay. Ah, alright. Yeah, I'll resolder those. Yeah, that was the pin for the little ceramic that was beside it. Okay, I got the wrong pins, but it'll be good. I'll... Actually, let me add solder there now so I don't forget. Oh, that's maybe an insane amount of solder. Alright. Okay. So that was the one cap. So it is 10 volts, 2200 microfarad. And I definitely know I have that in the pile. There it is. 10 volt. Oh, that's 10 volt. Oh, it's the one in this, these ones. Alright, so, yep, 10 volt, 2200 microfarad. So I got two of them because I'm going to pull the second one out. So the original is 105 degrees C, and the replacement is 105 degrees C. So I found the... Oh, I'm off camera. So I'm using Rubicon to replace. So I think for everything I tried to get Nichicon or Rubicon or Panasonic. Oh. And I think... Yep. Well, I'm... Oh! Thank you, Adam. Yes. Oh, it works. Yeah. Well, now, Adam, you've... now I have no excuse to not post things to Ko-Fi. So... Okay, I know these are the... Oh, there we go. Alright, so I got those out. Although, please bear with me as I get used to actually having a subscriber on Ko-Fi. Which, if anyone's wondering why I decided to go with Ko-Fi, it just simply is because they're cheaper than Patreon. It just was that simple. And when you support me on Ko-Fi, they don't hold the funds, so I'll get that immediately. Which is also another nice thing. Alright, so now that I got those two out, I'll replace them. Well, okay, I may have to clean those holes a little more. Alright, that one's good. These ones are... All right. There we go. Those capacitors are in. And all right. Excellent. Now, for the next cap is... See, there's where I just soldered. So I think that cap is going to be here. Yeah. Yep, and I can feel... Oh, it would help if I let it heat up first. There we go. But yes, as I was desoldering it, I could actually feel the capacitor coming loose. So, let's see. This one is a 16-volt, 1200 microfarad. So, I have, to replace it, a 16-volt, 1200 microfarad capacitor. What do you know? It's... a Panasonic. Okay. Panasonic's not flashy with their branding. So, 1200 microfarad, 16 volt, 105 degrees C, which matches favorably with the original cap. Except it's much smaller, but that's fine. Alright. So, I usually like to buy all the same brand, but it's hard to do these days, so... But Panasonic makes good caps. I think there's only one cap that I had to go further down on the list, but I don't think it goes in this power supply. So far, the only one I've had to go off my usual list were these little caps for the TDK LC power supply. And these are Worth Electronics. But it's such an odd value. I didn't have much of a choice. I don't know that any of the other capacitor manufacturers make that like 8.2 microfarad. Alright, so that cap fits in nicely. And it should be low enough to not cause an issue. Alright, so the next two, I think, are these two here. And those pins... Okay, so one of them is right beside this power supply lead, so it's going to be these two pins. And it its friend is going to be, I think, these two pins. Yep, I can feel that cap wiggling. There we go. Alright, so these are 10 volt, 120 microfarad, 105 degrees C. So let's see, 10 volt, 120 microfarad. Okay. So I could not get 10 volt. So I went for 16 volt. But this should be fine. I looked at the specs and they're favorable. So they shouldn't be, they'll be close enough. So 120 microfarad, 16 volt. Important thing is the capacitance matches. So and these are Panasonic caps. Oh, come on. Alright. I know the solder wants to flow. Come on. Alright, and let's see, I think that means I've got two more caps to go. Alright, so this one here is the one that almost derailed my plans for tonight. I don't know why I did not order. I must have just forgot to put it in the cart. So this one is a 16 volt, 470 microfarad. And I just completely forgot to order a replacement. So I have a 35 volt, 470 microfarad. It's a little big, but I think it will fit. If I have trouble with the power supply with this, because this is actually going up 2 voltage ratings, and normally I only like to go up 1, but I forgot to order this value, but luckily, usually when I do a recapping job, I like to order an extra capacitor in case I mess one up. So this is actually the extra capacitor for when I did the Amiga 1000 power supply. So which is why, and in the Amiga 1000, I think I suspect it was probably a 25 volt cap. Because I'll tell you one thing, I did not even think to check my box of capacitors that I didn't use. So, alright, I think I've got one cap to go, and I'm trying not to fool myself because so this cap is, I think it's going to be these two right here. Yep. And this is a 10 volt 1000 microfarad. Ah, yes. All right. I thought that maybe I had replaced it, even though I didn't think I had because it had a red mark on it and I did not mark the capacitors. But no, because it was fooling me because I didn't think the original power supply had any Rubicons in it, but it did have one. So that's a 10 volt 1000 microfarad, and to replace it, I have an Ichicon. Role reversal. All right. Just had to do with what I could get. Yes, I think, yeah, replaced, all the original Nichicons got replaced, I think, with Rubicon and Panasonic. And apparently, yeah. And the original Rubicon got replaced with a Nichicon. Oh, okay, that's just how the capacitor order ended up. Alright, I think that is it for the capacitors. So let me make sure that I don't see any that I didn't replace. So, got this one, that one, those, yep, alright. Alright, and now, the other thing I need to do, because this has a broken wire, probably someone trying to troubleshoot, and they were pulling on the wire and not the connector and broke that. I have a parts power supply board. It's actually from a TDK. Something really bad happened to this, I believe. Quite honestly, I think that resistor might have blown up. Or I don't know if maybe it got battery bombed. Someone had it laying on their side, but anyways, the wire harness looks okay. So I'm going to steal the wire harness. Well, although not that way. So plan A is to steal this wire harness. Plan B is to test the power supply that I just did without that one ground connected, because it may be fine. And then if that, well, actually, I think plan B is I'll cut the wires and splice it together. But I don't think I've got what I need to splice the wires together, because I need some heat shrink tubing. So, yeah, plan B will be I'll try to test it without the common wire, and we'll then go get some heat shrink tubing and and I'll just splice the wires together. Plan C, if I really mess things up, is I'll have to go watch my previous LC repair video, but someone did let me know which Molex connector this is, and I'll completely replace the whole thing. The connector and the wires, because these wires are like really short. Alright, so I got some of the solder out. Well, yeah, unfortunately they're too big for the... Alright, they're too big for desolder. I'm going to have to... Which I guess I might as well turn that off. So I think what I'm going to have to do is probably heat and push the pins out. No, that's not going to work. Ugh. Okay, and... yeah, that smells bad. Whatever happened to this power supply? I don't know. I'm wondering if the LC this was in, or LC2 or whatever, had a Maxell battery that went kablooey and it was laying on its side, and how this wire connector got spared, I don't know, because right there, and maybe it was spared because the case this power supply was in, which the seller of this board, I bought this board off eBay as just the board. They'd mentioned the power supply case was rusted and thrown away, which is fine, because all I really wanted this board for was to try to salvage the wiring harness. Because at the time I didn't know what the Molex connector was. So... alright, so now let me see if I can now... so quite honestly, I don't... this board here is... there we go. Ah, yes. I hope it runs too. Welcome, Alex. No, well, this is the donor board for the wire harness, because something very bad happened to it. I don't know that there's really much sense keeping this. I may pull the ICs off. Is that a... okay, I'm not sure what's under there. So I may pull the ICs off. Hi, Dave. Welcome. But I'm probably not going to keep the bulk of that board, because it's... there's no value in the electrolytes. Ah. So, now that I've got the wire harness out of that power supply, and I think it's in okay shape, let me see if I can extract the... basically, I'm just gonna see if I can't get these pins out. I don't have the appropriate pin puller, so I'm just trying to cut the shell in enough places where I can just pull the pins out without hopefully cutting the pins. Oh, let's see here. Of course, you know, I could probably very carefully heat the pins out. Very carefully heat the pins out. Maybe not. Actually, I think these are the little plastic clips that hold those in place. So if I can... There we go. There we go. Okay. So if I can just compromise those enough so that the wire slides out. That's all I need to do. Ideally, I would have found a Astec donor, but I kept getting what I had and what I needed mixed up, so because unfortunately on the two power supplies the wire harnesses are slightly different lengths, but I think this will work. I'll probably know more as soon as I extract these wires and can kind of test fit it before I remove the well, of course the last pin's going to be the troublemaker. There we go. Come on, there we go. All right. And now the nice thing is the pins that are crimped to these wires will help me to... I'll use that as the solder. I'll solder those in place, because actually it's very similar to what Astec did. So, in the wire harness... these two black wires, and then it's going to be orange, yellow, blue. Alright, I think it is just long enough, but let me do myself a favor, because I will probably not remember long enough . So, the wires are blue, yellow, orange, and black. And let me make sure that these blue, orange, yeah. Okay, so they did use the same wire colors. Well, for the most part. It does look like this wire was more Wow, that looks almost green on that end, but yet it's blue there. Okay, that's weird. Anyways, but it looks like they used the same colors, so we're good. Always important, because I can't guarantee for certain that there would have been a standard color. So, oh, that's going to be... Alright, so that's going to be too big, so I'm just going to have to use solder braid and desolder. Yeah, that wire's discolored. I just kind of thought it was weird of how it discolored, but that almost looks green. But I guess that's probably whatever dye they used in the jacket. Now I could probably almost very carefully heat and pull the wire out. And then clean it up later. Yeah, there we go. That's a lot easier. I'll clean the solder up after I remove the wires. So these are the two black wires, which appear to be common for the whole power supply, which makes sense. Black is generally the color that power supply manufacturers use for common on DC. Also, would be the neutral wire on AC. Alright, so then this is going to be the orange wire, or should be the orange wire. And let's see, this should be the yellow wire. And this should be blue. There we go. Old wire harness out. And one of the only reasons I even tried that is because this is a single layer board, so there's no via. So I wasn't worried that I would mess up a via or something. I was also fairly certain I would not mess the pad itself up. Alright, so now I can attach the new harness. Hi, Jeremy. I'm in the middle of replacing the broken power connector from a donor. I'm not sure exactly what befell the donor power supply, but I think it came out of I highly suspect that whatever LC the donor power supply was in got battery bombed. And it was laying on its side. And all I could say is, even if I'm wrong, it's a really good guess as to what happened to it. Alright, and so these go blue, yellow, orange. All right. All right, there we go. Got a new wire harness. Looks good. I will probably have to put this through the ultrasonic cleaner. But I do want to test it first. Unfortunately, means I will have to solder the line power back in. If there were a way to test it without soldering these wires back in, I would do so to save potential wear and tear. All right. Whoops. Well, it usually does help when soldering the wire in to actually solder the wire in and not for it to fall out. There we go. All right, so power is reconnected. Line is brown. Neutral is black. Alright, so I probably should put the screw back in just to make sure that everything is good. And before I actually put this in an LC, all right. Yeah, this may not actually. I might have to get some more tubing. I'm actually afraid that this harness might not be long enough. All right, but before I put this in an LC, I just want to at least do a plug it in and, all right. So it looks like it's probably going to work. Now, yes, definitely what I am doing now. Do not try this at home. I am a trained professional who is quickly realizing that the new wire harness is not long enough. All right. So for testing purposes, I will Alright, so it looks like what I'm going to have to do is extend the wires. Alright, so I've plugged it in. I've connected it to the LC II. It is now live. Woohoo! Oh, and I don't have a monitor plugged in. Well, that's not helpful. Alright, so I have... Well, the power supply works. Unfortunately, the wire harness is too short. I'm going to have to fix that, but I don't have what I need to fix that tonight. Because that would either... What I'd need to do is splice the two of them together, and I don't have any heat shrink tubing. Or at least I don't think I do. Well... And I'm kind of less certain about that now. Let's see. Let me take a quick look and make sure I'm not fooling myself. No, not heat tubing there. No. Nope, no heat shrink tubing in that box. Alright, yeah, I don't have any. So, actually, what I do need to do, though, is... Well, I hate to power down a Mac that might have booted, but... I'll just wait till I don't... There we go. Oh, wait, it didn't boot. I forgot. The micro SD card is in my LC. Well, that is good. So, I am going to... Well, I will have to pull that board out. It needs to be ultrasonically cleaned, because there was at least one leaky capacitor on the board. I guess what I'll do is I will probably just remove this wire harness because it's too short. And I may actually just put the old one back. And then when I'll go get some heat shrink tubing tomorrow, or, well, actually I may not get it tomorrow. I will get some heat shrink tubing and I'll just splice the new connector onto the old connector, probably outside the power supply. So it would be nice to kind of have a power supply with a slightly longer lead on it. Could help with troubleshooting. But I'll do the splice outside the power supply because, quite honestly, there's not really that much room inside the power supply to do it. But yeah, that's good. I was kind of afraid that it was going to be more complicated just because of the noise the power supply made before I recapped it. But I should have known these are notorious for having leaky caps, so I should have known. It was just going to be a matter of a recap. So that is... Well, that's about... Well, I guess since I've got time... Well, I guess I can go ahead and prep this board for ultrasonic cleaning. I'm not going to clean it tonight because I didn't even think to preheat the ultrasonic cleaner. Hi, Thomas. Welcome. I just successfully confirmed that the recapping did its job, but I'm pulling the board out for ultrasonic cleaning. And because I got the donor wire harness came from the other brand of power supply and is thus slightly too short, because the two power supplies have the wires. Yeah, the TDK power supply has all the wires in a nice neat row at the edge of the board, and the Astec power supply has the power supply leads further in. I knew it was going to be close, but it was too long. So I will probably... I'm not too worried about a little bit of flux from the solder, so I'll probably ultrasonically clean the board and then worry about the wire harness. Or, well, I may solder this harness back on and ultrasonically clean. I don't know. It's only 9:37. Oh, yeah. I started early. Bodge wires, yeah. Yeah, I'm going to splice the two, but not inside the power supply. There's not enough room on that side of the connector to splice. Oh, that's right. That does not fit. All right. Oh. Also, it does help to turn your solder station back on after you turned it off, because cold soldering irons do not do anything for wire removal. All right. There's that. So that power supply case will just hang out on my bench until I can clean the board. All right. I think I will go ahead and just pull this off and solder the old one back on so that I can clean it. Yeah, I'll clean it with the old wires connected, and then I can, oops, I'll do the splice. Because actually, I don't want to risk getting water in the splice. Although, I'll probably, since this board is small enough, I'll probably put it in my reflow oven to make sure it's dry. So, that probably wouldn't be a big problem. Because actually, I'll just go to the hardware store and get heat shrink tubing. In fact, I could probably go to the closer hardware store and not have to go to Lowe's, because I bet they will have, they should have heat shrink tubing. Alright, so I'm going to go ahead and just put the old wires back on, and I'll splice them tomorrow. Alright. Okay, first though, let me remove the excess solder off the end of the wire so they'll actually go through the holes. There we go. There was just a little bit of solder on one of them. Okay, so the way this was on here originally should be these two here and here. Alright, I think that's probably far enough in. Actually, let me just make sure that that is properly oriented. So when this board goes in, it'll go there, and if those two wires are there, it's blue, yellow, orange, blue, yellow, orange. Just trying to make sure that I don't complicate that. There we go. All right, there we go. There's that. Capacitors have been replaced. And of course one of the wires came out of the hole. Ah, there we go. Okay, so there's one. Yep, yeah, replaced all the capacitors. One of them I replaced with a slightly higher voltage version than I really would have otherwise done, but that's because I realized I had forgotten to order the correct rating, but luckily I had the extra capacitor from where I bought capacitors for the Amiga 1000 power supply. So I used that one. So it should be blue, yellow, orange. Blue, yellow, orange. So I think the LC power supply had a 16 volt, and I went up to 35 volt because that's what I had. And it worked. I mean, I usually buy capacitors that have a fairly low ESR anyways, so it's probably totally fine, even if it is too... Alright. Orange, yellow, blue. Alright. Yeah. It's probably fine in this power supply, but yeah, I wouldn't go up that high in a stereo amp. Alright, so the original wire harness is back into place. So I'm not going to... Blue, yellow, orange. Yeah, just double checking. So now when after I ultrasonically clean this and get some heat shrink tubing so I can splice the wires, then this power supply will go... There we go. And... there we go. So the wire harness will go through the hole, and I'll do the splice in this area. So that's good. I'll have a working LC power supply for my LC. Nicely recapped. So, let's see here. Let me go put these by the ultrasonic cleaner so I remember to do that. Alright, next. Alright, since it's not even 10 o'clock yet, so here is the power supply for the IIci. And I don't have all of the capacitors for it. But I do have the capacitors that I said that I was going to replace before I tried plugging it in. And those are the safety caps. Because there is one of the X-class safety caps, and the plastic is definitely very broken. So before I even attempt to power this on, I decided replacing the safety caps was in order. So I'm going to go ahead and do that because I have not powered up the IIci Logic Board. I recapped it and it's clean. And it's saying power me up. I want to show you that I work and or don't work. I don't know which is the case. I haven't powered it up because I refuse to plug in this board with a broken Nichicon safe, or not Nichicon, can't even think what brand it is. Reefa cap, yeah. I was like, no, I'm not even going to. All right. So the first reef here is a 0.22 microfarad X2. Oh yeah, actually, you know, given how this one's broken, it's possible this one's already smoked. All right, so 0.22 microfarad. Just make sure. Yep, X2. And yeah, I didn't get REFA replacements for everything. So some of these are not going to fit as well as the original cap. Yeah, okay, that fits pretty poor. That actually... Okay, I may have made a... Oh, okay, let me put this cap on the other way. See if it scares me less. I may have to try again on ordering safety caps because I don't really like that lead like that. Okay, I may have to... Alright, not going to install that capacitor. It does not fit good. It does not fit well enough. So I will have to order a... I'll probably have to order the REFA. Well, put tape on. Or heat shrink. Well, if I could get to Lowe's in 2 minutes, I could go get heat shrink tonight. Contrary to popular belief, I do not live next door to Lowe's, because that would be the only way I could get there in 2 minutes. Yeah, I don't have heat shrink, and I have lost my electrical tape in the house. So I can't... I will have to hold installing that one until I can get something to protect the lead. Alright. I think the next two I might have actually... See, those are 4,700 picofarad. Okay, the next two I actually have REFA caps to replace them, and I think they're the exact same size. Yeah, they're the exact same size. Okay. 4N7. 4N7. Yeah. Well, they're Y2 instead of Y, but yeah, I could probably get away without, because that was the X cap. I could probably get away with testing without it. Ooh. Look at that nice reefa crack. All right. Yeah, and that one was cracked too. All right. Oh, and don't worry, there's plenty more reefa caps on this board. I think when all is said and done, I think there's like a total of 7 safety caps in this power supply. Alright, so there's those 2. And I think there's a... I ordered 3 of those. Ah, yes. Nope, that's not. Oh, 0.047. Ah, okay. That's a different one. That's a different one. I'm thinking there's one more of these. That's not it. Okay. So this next one is going to be fun to remove because it's glued to another component. Actually, you know, I might as well just remove both components. And then I can remove the glue. So there we go. Yeah, so now I can... Oh, wow. Yeah, this reefer cap here was trouble waiting to happen. Alright, let me see if I can find my hobby knife. And I am cutting away from myself. There we go. And so this other component is quite possibly another cap, but it wasn't reefer branded, so I think it was spared. Oh, well, I got the glue off, or the component off the glue, so, yeah, I guess I could probably clean the rest of the glue up, but I'm just going to leave it there. It'll help me know which way it went on. So this was the 0.047 microfarad, which means its replacement is the one that's marked 47 nano NF. X2? Yep, X2. All right. All right, now this cap, I'm not quite where it goes. I'm not quite as worried about what it would accidentally touch. Even though I think it's just a little bit. That, and I think it'll, yeah, there we go. Okay, so that 47, yeah, NF. All right, there's the component I removed just so I could get the safety cap out. Go ahead and put that, resolder that back on. And we'll get this X. Because this is actually another one of the X class safety caps. All right. 1, 2, 3. And where it is, I'm not worried about those leads touching anything. So it will be fine. All right. So maybe I'll order a spare of that one. because it wasn't as expensive. Alright, so I should have somewhere on this board okay, so the next one is, I'm not necessarily getting these in any particular order. I'm getting them as I find where they are on the board. So this one is a 3300 picofarad Y class. All right. And .1, okay. And here's a 0.1 microfarad. Still, well, did I get the right two pins? Oh, I think I did. Oh, is it glued it to something? Yes, it's glued to something. See if I can get this heat shrink that Apple or that Astec put on this cap, because the glue is on the heat shrink tubing. So I think the cap will probably come right out. Maybe. There we go. 0.1 microfarad X2. That one's actually just going to slide right down into that footprint. Okay, so let me double check. I think that's all of the safety caps. I have two more, but I think they're spares. So it's 1, 2, 3. Other than the one I didn't install because it needed heat shrink. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, that's... Okay, so I don't have the C1 safety cap installed. Although I'm tempted to very carefully install this one. Maybe I can bend the leads in to kind of... There we go. Oh, there we go. There we go. I arranged it better. Okay, I'm happy with the way it sits now. I'm going to say yes, because it's two boards, and I didn't want to desolder the interconnect. Just for the safety caps. There we go. Okay, I got that X-class cap in by kind of kinking the leads so that it's... because the way I initially put it in, I didn't like how close it was to the case side. I may still get some... I'll probably put some electrical tape on that side, or Kapton tape on that side of the power supply just as a extra precaution. But here's what's down in the... So I don't know if that's the evil daughter card you're referring to, but that would meet my definition of a daughter card. Also, I was just going to make a note, word to the wise. This power supply has a relay in it. So if you're repairing one of these, this part should not go in an ultrasonic cleaner, because I doubt this relay is sealed. And it'll get water in it and you'll never get it dry. So if I do ultrasonically clean this board, which I probably will, I will actually desolder the relay, put it through the cleaner, and then put it back. So that is something you need to watch out for in these Apple, some of these power supplies. Because some of the Macs have a relay. Alright. So now that I've got the safety caps replaced, it's at least to the point where I might actually risk it. That's not to say that something else might not go, but when I saw those safety caps and that the plastic was cracked on a number of them, I realized that if they had not already popped for someone else, they most certainly would probably pop for me. And I don't want my basement to smell like Re-Cap for the next month. My Ko-Fi goal for April would have been much larger to pay for all the air freshener I would have had to have sprayed. Wait a minute, what's that screw go to? Oh, that's for the LC power supply. Alright. Also, I have something for this power supply that I believe Sean would be proud of. Because premium Macs get premium fans. So I bought a Noctua to replace the probably noisy original fan. So 12 volt, this should be 12 volt. This is the 3-pin fan. So it's important if you're buying a replacement Noctua fan that you want to get the 3-pin fan and not the 4-pin fan, because the Noctua 4-pin fans do need the PWM signal from the computer to operate, and well, this power supply does not have a 4-pin header, so you would be not happy. Your Mac would probably be not happy. But if you get the 3-pin fan, then should be fine. Of course, the keyword is should. And luckily it is just a 12 volt fan. And yeah, this Noctua just fits right in place to the original fan. I do have the airflow blowing out. And it should be, I'm just double checking the pin connector here. Yep, so anyways, the 3rd pin will just not connect to anything, which is fine. The 3rd pin on a PC fan is the speed sensor. So if it's not connected, it it's fine. So I just need to make sure I plug the positive and negative in correctly. Well, I may have to splice connector. Yeah, I want to splice the connector. Let me see here, because that went in this way. Yeah. Okay. I know the old fans have character, but it quite honestly struck me as a dust-filled fan. You know what I could do? I'd probably regret it later. There we go. Ah, it fits. There we go. Now I got a new fan in it. All right. Now the moment of truth. Well, I plugged it in, and obviously nothing happened, because it needs to be connected to the computer to do anything. So let me see if I can't find the other part of the power supply, because I might as well just go ahead and... Well, actually, I don't need to do that. I'm careful. All right. And now, let me get the... Okay, now that it's going to grab me... Oh. Well, that was nice. All right, I've got the LC Logic Board. It is setting on a box of image writer ribbons. That. Alright, let me see if I can find something to put under the power supply so that it doesn't lean too much. It's not big enough. Oh, there we go. There we go. Gorilla Glue. It's good for gluing things and keeping power supplies from tipping over. And oh. I just realized something. Oh. Let me not lose that screw. And all right, attempt number 2, now that I have the speaker plugged in. Although you all are probably saying, but Justin, you're missing something else. And yes, I suspect it's probably not even going to do anything without... the fan is blowing, but I suspect I need to put RAM in it. So let me go upstairs. I have some special RAM to put in bank A. So I will be right back. I'll go ahead and grab that RAM. All right. So I snagged the blue SCSI out of my LC. And I grabbed the special RAM I have for bank A. And if you're wondering what could be so special about this RAM, it's because it is 256K. Because the video uses bank A as well. So for best performance, you can just put a megabyte into bank A, and then you'd set a disk cache in system 7 of a number that I'd have to look up online. Oh, and I guess let me grab one more thing if I'm going to go all out. I won't have the best video quality, but it'll be good enough. steal the VGA cable for my Tektronix scope, which of course I had to attach the thumb screws for some strange reason. Alright, so I have Blue SCSI, I've got some memory. I mean, it's not a lot of memory, but it's some memory. And let me see if I can add an extra camera. All right, I think that is the correct input. I'll know in a moment. I've got a keyboard attached, actually. All right, so I've got the LED here, but that's power. The Blue SCSI has power. Fan is spinning. I did not hear a chime. All right. Let me... Nope, I think that is the correct input. Okay, I just hit the power button on the keyboard and it did turn on. So I think that says that the soft power circuit is working. All right, let's try this. I'm going to pull the cache card because I don't know if the cache card is working. I don't feel anything that's like super hot. Of course, then again, I cannot physically touch the chips that are under the power supply. It does need VRAM, but that's Bank A as far as I know. Although, I guess, in case I got the two mixed up, let me, of course, this RAM I bought from eBay, and it's a seller that I've bought from before. and they claim they test their RAM, and since the other RAM I've bought from them always works, I'm inclined to believe that they do test their RAM. So at the moment, I'm just going to go ahead and add RAM to bank B, but I don't think that's the problem. All right. Yep, no chime. Well, it is possible that the power supply is not supplying all of the voltages. That is a distinct possibility. So to help me test voltages, I'm going to plug that in. Oh. Alright, so that's reading 11.89 volts. I suspect that is the 12 volt rail. That's reading 5.12 volts. Okay. So it does appear as if power supply is outputting at least those two voltages. All right. Well, I guess all right. And while I presume this RAM was tested, I guess, is the ROM jumper installed? Yes, it is. ROM select is installed. No, I do not have a ROMinator. Alright, this is the RAM that was in it, so I have no idea if it works. I don't know why this would work and the 256K ones would not work. Because actually, these are slower memory modules. Alright. Take the blue SCSI off. Good idea. Okay, blue SCSI is off. It should. Well, I don't have it plugged into a scaler. It's just plugged right into the VGA input. The VGA adapter is jumpered for 640 by 480. no chime. I mean, the processor is a little bit, it's like warm. But it's not so hot that I can't hold my hand on it, but it is just a little bit warm. But that... But you know, the funny thing is I don't entirely know that that speaker works. Well, you know, there is something I can do, just completely unnecessarily over the top. to rule out that there's something wrong with that speaker. Of course, I don't know which pin is which. Oh, well, maybe what I should do is, oh, that's a good check. Because it should be a 32 ohm speaker. The speaker is reading open. Well, I just measured the speaker with an ohm meter. It does not read. It should be 32 ohm. It's a 32 ohm speaker, and the multimeter didn't even flinch. Yeah, speaker's bad. So even if something's up with the headphone jack, the speaker's bad. Therefore, I could use a... Well, I don't know if that's the ground on the speaker or not. Let me see if I can tell which is which. No, I cannot. All right. So this plugs in that way. So that means positive. That's going to be the positive, and that's going to be negative. Although preferably I would attach to a better... Okay. What you don't see is what you probably can't see as well. Well, actually, looks like my head's still blocking it. I have an oscilloscope probe hooked up to the speaker output, so that so I can see a sound waveform. Oh, wow. Um, okay, okay. Um, I think I'm gonna. It might actually be playing sounds. Of course, now I've got the VGA cable hooked up to the CI 2CI. It might be a problem with the VGA. Might not like the input it's getting. But yeah, if I hit the reset button, then I see some. I'm gonna let me let you see what I see on the oscilloscope, because this may be a good sign. Oh, well, okay. So it looks like I'm going to have to connect my oscilloscope to a scaler because the capture card is really mangling things. But you can at least see the waveform. So if I hit the reset button, and then if I hit interrupt, which should cause it to crash, I mean, those look like sound waveforms. So, yeah, I think it... You know, if I had a pair of headphones down here, I could probably plug the headphones into that jack and tell for sure. I think I may also need the scaler. Let me go run... Well, first let me make sure I've got the right cable. Yes, I do. Okay, let me go run upstairs. Let me grab a pair of headphones and the scaler, and we'll try this again, because it looks like this may be working more than I thought it was. This may just be a problem needing connection technology. Okay, I'm going to have to go back upstairs again, but I thought I would at least let you know I did not get lost in my house. Oh yeah, I got sound in the headphones. I have no idea if that's going to work. Okay. So this is the point of the stream where I tell you that I had bought a nice scaler for the basement so that I didn't have to bring scalers upstairs. And downstairs I bought one of these Atlona AT HDSC 500s. Tested working. Came with a power supply. And something tells me that, yeah, there's probably a problem with the video sync. I'll have to go get the other scaler. But anyways, so this scaler I bought for the basement is marked on the power jack, DC 5 volts. This power supply, which came with it, which I think I should have rightfully assumed belonged to it, is marked 24 volts. Yeah, I think the eBay seller may be about to get a not as described claim, because if this actually is like a 24 volt input, even though it says 5 volts, then it didn't power up. And if they included the wrong power adapter, well, it said it included the power adapter. So if they sent me the wrong power adapter, at any rate, they're about to get a claim. Yeah, I know. It didn't smoke, which something tells me maybe it's actually a 24 volt in, but yeah, it did not. It were not happy. Anyways, let me go get the other scaler, because I think we actually probably have a video image if we could just scale it. So I will be right back with the other scaler so that I can show you what I'm seeing. Alright. I've got the other scaler. And... oh, there we go. Oh, wow, that looks pretty good. You can actually see most everything. The top's getting cut off for some reason. So, as you can see, my oscilloscope actually does have oscilloscopy type display. Alright, so there's VGA 1. Which I have the 2 CIs turned off. So, well, I'm going to go for broke. I'm going to plug the blue SCSI back in. Now that I know it chimes. Alright. It's a Tektronix TDS 524A. Oh. Also, it does slightly help to plug in the video cable. And I may have to find the jumper settings for the video output. Yeah, it's a oscilloscope that got scrapped at work, and it has a VGA out, so I can actually show you what I'm seeing. Okay, so no video, but I may need to change the jumper settings because the sync I'm using for it's currently set to the jumper settings that I had for the LC. So let's see, Mac to VGA adapter 10 switches. Let me see if I can find the... well, that's probably the same chart. So... let's see here. Yep, those color bars are coming from the scaler because there's no video output. What resolution do you think would be a good one to start with on the 2CI? Because I'm going to... actually, I think I'm going to try 640 by 480, 66 hertz, and composite sync 1. So that means I need to turn on switches 1, 4, and 5. And I did not hear a chime. Okay, I did not hear a chime. Even though it's powered up, but it's no chime. So, I guess maybe the 2CI doesn't like that setting. 1, 4, 5. So let me try that. Composite sync 2. Alright, there was no chime. One, four, and cinco on vertical, maybe? So that's going to be 1, 4, and 7. You know, maybe I should try that. 800 by 600 at 60 hertz. That'd be VGA, SVGA, 2, 3, and 5. Chime. Okay, I heard another pop. Don't tempt me or I will set that resolution. Yeah, that... It's not happy there. 2, 3, 5, and 6. Okay, it chimed. There's the pop. Have to wait for the scaler. Well, I'm not even seeing the blue SCSI blink. Well, how long do we have to wait for the scaler? When I hit the menu button, when I hit the menu button with it on the input from the Mac, it doesn't go to the menu. Well, we are eventually going to have to get the blue SCSI to work. Because it is very hard to... Oh, yeah, I think I was definitely waiting more than 5 seconds. I mean, unless I did something silly and didn't plug the cable in right. let me walk around and make sure I plug the VGA cable in, and that I don't like have a third VGA cable sitting on my desk that I didn't realize I did. No, I got it plugged in. VGA 1. Okay. Just thought I would sanity check. As far as I can tell, no. The scaler is not seeing a signal. It's at least acting like it's not seeing something it likes. Does anyone know what sync is normally used on VGA? I'm using one of the adapters that has 10 switches. One row of 10 switches. So it lets me set a whole bunch of resolutions at any of 6 different sync types. Composite sync 1, which is the sync signal connected to pin 13 on the Mac. Or no, pin 3 on the Mac connected to pin 13 on the VGA. Mode 2 is composite sync, where pins 3 and 15 from the Mac are connected to pin 13 on VGA. Mode 3 is sync on V. Mode 4 is sync on H. Mode 5 is separate sync, where it looks like pin 12 on the Mac connects to pin 14 on VGA, and pin 15 on the Mac connects to pin 13 on VGA. And then mode 6 is sync on green. I'm pretty sure I don't want sync on green. C-Sync 1? Okay. Yeah. Oh, hi, Sad Mac. Okay, yeah, I was kind of thinking I wanted C-Sync 1. So... Oh. Maybe... Yeah, let me try that mode 5 then. Because maybe the scaler really wants the separate syncs. So let me see. I'm going to set VGA, mode 5, 2367. Alright, it chimed. Alright, there's the pop. And it should have a signal by now. No, it doesn't. Alright, it should have seen something by then. Alright, I'm going to try 1, 4, 6, and 7. That's 13-inch RGB. No, I don't. I do not have a separate video card. Okay. It did not like that video setting. One. Alright. Mac liked that video setting. The scaler doesn't seem to see anything. That's where the color bars are coming from. That's the scaler. It's outputting color bars when it has no signal. I can... Let me see if I can change that behavior. Let me change to a signal. Let's see, menu. That's not going to help. Color, output. Of course, I don't really think that's going to really help turning the color bars off. Information. Yeah, it's hard to tell what it doesn't like. I'm just trying some settings here. If the CI doesn't chime, then I know it doesn't like the video setting. The CI should be able to do 640 by 480. It uses part of the bank A of main memory for video memory. Okay. So it did not like... Sync on green. I tried 512 by 384 and it chimed, but there was no... The scaler didn't see anything. I don't think the scaler likes 512 by 384. I mean, Alright, I'm going to try something here. I doubt it's going to do anything. I just need to remember where I put the extra PRAM batteries that I have. Of course, because of course I would hide them from myself. Oh no, there they are. I don't think the CI, I mean, this would be weird. Inevitably, if I don't try this, someone's going to ask, well, why didn't you try putting a PRAM battery in it? There. No, because I don't have an LCD monitor that I can try without bad things happening. Or that going upstairs again. Honestly, the video capture card I'm using actually supports, at least if I plug the LC into it directly, the capture looks bad, but it actually supports it. And the scaler works with the LC. I mean, I guess I could go upstairs and grab an LCD monitor, but... Alright, this at least... everything I've tried you're seeing now. This is the first time I've actually tried powering this computer up. I wanted to replace the safety caps first. I didn't even test it when I got it. Doesn't seem to like refresh rates other than 66, 67 hertz. Alright, well, I'm definitely... So that probably means I need to be 1467. And that's for 640 by 480 at 66 hertz. And I actually got no chime. Although I guess maybe I can wait and see if we get video. Maybe I was giving up too early because there was no chime. Okay, I heard a pop, but that might have just been me unplugging the oscilloscope from the speaker jack. Yeah, the interrupt button is... Okay, I heard a pop when I hit reset. Yeah, I didn't get a chime and it doesn't seem to be doing anything. But maybe it doesn't like the sync setting I set. I tried to go for mode 5, which is separate sync. 1, 4, 6, and 7. I guess I can try 1, 4, and 5, which is composite sync. And there was no chime. I don't have a multi-sync monitor. Although I thought most monitors would do 66 hertz. I guess I'm going to have to go upstairs and grab an LCD panel and see if it tells me anything. Oh, wait. I just realized something. I've got a display beside me, and I just realized it might actually have VGA out input on it. Actually, it does. I forgot. I did. Well, I'm not trying sync on green. Okay, let me plug the Mac into this computer monitor that might actually be a TV. It has an identity crisis. It was sold as a computer monitor, however, it has a TV tuner built into it. So you tell me, is it a computer monitor or is it a TV? Okay. Alright, so I've got the... We'll see if it does anything. Oh, I need my headphones so I can hear if it chimed. Alright. So... right now I've got it set for 640 above 480, 66 hertz. It did not chime. I also haven't heard that pop that happens after the chime. And the interrupt button does nothing, so... I think it's safe to say that mode 1 is a no-go. So I'll try mode 2. Sync on green. Well, I'll try this mysterious sync on green, but... Oh, no chime. So I didn't like that. Alright, let me try one of these settings that I was actually getting it to chime, and let's see if it actually, with the monitor connected, if I see anything. So it was... See if this display even... Okay. So I'm trying the VGA SVGA setting. I heard the chime. There's the pop. I think I may just need to buy get a new bus card. Well, I have 0 LCD panels that I could say for sure support sync on green. I don't have any old monitors that are old enough that I would think they would. Okay. I'm hoping I don't get to the point where I try to hook my oscilloscope onto the video connectors to the video connector to see if there's even... that'd be really hard to probe, but... guess let me try mode 1 on VGA SVGA 235. If it comes down to it, I'll just hook the oscilloscope to the video, and if I can find the pins I need to hook to, see if there's even anything there. Yeah, no, that's the thing. Might as well switch to that view. Although, I did disconnect the oscilloscope from the sound output, but I'm gonna hook the oscilloscope up to, I can easily get to pins 1 through 8. Let me find a pin that should have a signal that I'd maybe could make sense of. So it looks like pin 2 and 5 are candidates. Okay. Pin 2 is red and pin 5 is green. Okay. So I'm going to hook the oscilloscope to pin 5. I think I can manage to, even with my Gorilla Glue propping the power supply up. I'll just move my bottle of Gorilla Glue. I don't think Apple would recommend Gorilla Glue as a prop, but 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm picking green because, well, let me just find a ground attachment point that I can actually get the ground lead clip to. I guess the power supply chassis should be grounded. Oh. Well, there's a ground. That's a ground point right there. All right. Okay. I don't know what the signal level is of VGA. But that does not look like a video signal. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That should be pin 5. Pin 5, green video signal. Okay. So I think it's safe to say there's no video output because the oscilloscope is not showing anything, and now I'm trying to find where I set my spudger down to. Oh, there it is. Okay. Maybe I need to get one of those little displays like Bruce uses. They seem to be quite flexible for testing. Alright, I'm going to go for any mode. Actually, you know, I'm going to use sync on green. Because I got the oscilloscope hooked up. Oh, now that... Yes. I know it's hard to see, but the adapter is connected. And I've got a VGA cable connected to it. But I've got the oscilloscope clipped into the green pin. And I do see a sync. I think that is a sync signal. Granted, my monitor doesn't like sync on green, but... But that does appear to be... you missed me trying to figure out why I don't see a video signal. But, okay, so that's sync on green. That was 512 by 384, which I can't expect. Alright, so I'm going to try 640 by 480, 66 hertz. And that's actually one of the modes where I did not get a chime. And... well, there's no sync on the video output, so... In fact, that's weird. When I use that mode, the... Oh. Okay, so no chime. So let me try the VGA SVGA. Sync on green. Okay. I did hear a chime, but I don't see a sync signal, so... Yeah. So far, I did find that 512 by 384 sync on green, I got the sync on I could see the sync on the oscilloscope. But I think that's all I was seeing. I don't know that there was actually a video signal there as well. Well, you know, it just dawned on me. I do have a second probe for my oscilloscope. And I can also get to the red signal. All right. So green was pin 5. Red video is pin 2. All right, so let's see here. Channel 2. Okay. Oh, and that's a setting that didn't work. So one that seemed to work was 1, 3, and 4. Okay, so the top is green and the bottom is red. I'm if it says anything, Adam, I have resorted to pulling out the oscilloscope to aid in trying to figure out which of these video modes it's actually outputting a video signal, because some of these modes I hear a chime, some of them I don't, but so far I've not found any mode that my scaler picks up on. Is that noise? Oh, yeah, I see noise, but the peaks or the dips. Oh, yeah, and I'm just using a yeah, no, that's I think I need to recap my oscilloscope, which I'm kind of dreading. But I guess that's the life when your oscilloscope that has VGA out is 30 years old. Or I'll just break down and buy a oscilloscope that has a web interface that I can use a screen share to show the oscilloscope output. Or yeah, recap all the things. I found a website that I think it was a Tektronix technician that basically said that you can replace all the electrolytics with a particular value and it will work. Apparently there's 2 values that they used in the whole oscilloscope of the surface mount electrolytics, but apparently you can change all of them to 1 value and it works. Which means I can order 100 of whatever value that is and recap it. And quite honestly, since I'm not doing anything that requires calibration, that probably would be totally fine. It just will take a long time to recap because you have to take all the boards out of the oscilloscope. But that may be some of the source of the noise on the screen. It also is because these are passive probes. Oh, cool. Glad that came in. All right. So that video signal was not... Okay, that was 512 by 384. On sync on green. Which I don't think my monitor is even going to like. Although, let me try the... I don't have a new bus video card. I'll just have to buy one probably. I think that's half the... at least if I get a new bus card, I can get one that's new enough that it probably doesn't just copy the Apple monitors of the day. Of course, those are also usually the more expensive ones. All right. Because I think this is... I don't think I'm going to get anywhere with the onboard video. Okay, so I just set it to VGA, SVGA. So I'm not surprised that the sync signal went away. But yeah, that does not look like a video signal. Plus, this would be the... So, it seems like this Mac is... Okay, there's probably something I should try. I've got it hooked up to a LCD. It's actually not hooked up to the scaler right now. But the thing is, I don't know if the LCD is even going to... The LCD might be too new. Okay, I'm going to pull the RAM out of Bank A. Because the RAM in Bank A, I don't know if it works or not. It's what was in this machine when I bought it. I'm going to pull the RAM out of Bank B. Again, I don't know if it works or not. I am going to now put these 4 memory modules in Bank A. It's not a lot of RAM, but I bought these from an eBay seller that I bought memory from before, not had a problem. So I'm really inclined to think that these were tested. Yeah, maybe I should see what the frequency of those sync signals I was seeing were. Okay. So this RAM, I believe it was tested by the eBay seller. I'm pretty sure it was. So I heard a chime, I heard a pop. And okay, let me go back to that setting where I actually saw a sync signal. Let me at least see what the frequency was. So that was that one right there. So let's see, the time division is 20 microseconds. So it looks like there's about 40 microseconds between those dips. So 40, so let me see, 15 kilohertz. I don't know if anyone can do the math real better than I can. Still looks like clock noises. Yeah, because they're about 40 microseconds apart, which that seems to be too fast for 15 kilohertz. Or what is potentially 15 kilohertz. I mean, it is interesting that I'm reading those off the video circuit only in this particular mode, but maybe that's normal. And yeah, I'm with you. If there's, I guess since I looked at the time scale on the oscilloscope, I realized that couldn't be a video signal. SadMac, you are looking at nothing. Although slightly elevated off of 0 volts, but nevertheless, the top line is the green video signal, and the bottom line is the red video signal, and that is nothing. Yeah, that's not a... You're right. That is not a video signal. I got fooled by those dips thinking those were the sync signals, but... Yeah, that is a big fat nothing. So it seems like I'm getting a chime, but it's crashing, initializing the video subsystem or something. All right. So anyways, I am very carefully trying to remove the power supply because I should put the lid on it. Oh, it locks, doesn't it? There we go. That's unlocked. Get that out of the way. All right. Okay. It would appear as if I have some problems to solve. Apple Service Source says replace Logic Board. Yeah. You know, I forgot to see if it chimes with the cache card in. That would at least be nice to know. Okay, I'm gonna try one last test. I want to see if the cache card. Well, if I can plug the power supply back in. Because that'll at least tell me that. Okay, it chimes with the cache card in. Yes, ROM select is jumpered. Although, just out of curiosity, if I pull the jumper, no chime. Of course, that means it's probably now looking for the ROM sim that's not present. Yeah. Yes, it looks like it'll be microscope examination. Or new bus card. Trying a new bus card might be another step before I try to go to the microscope. Well, Apple put C34 on crooked on the backside of the board, but I doubt that's the problem. There was an anti-static bag on top of the... Certainly this... Because I've set boards on anti-static bags before. Because I thought I just had this setting on cardboard. Alright, let me... One more. This time, really, for sure. Yeah, I don't know what that static bag was doing there. I didn't know it was under there. Alright. Well, I'm not going to bother plugging the keyboard back in. I will plug the headphones in. Yeah. Wouldn't it be hilarious? No, not really. If that was the whole problem. Actually, it would not be hilarious. Okay, now I know it's just sitting on cardboard. Okay, I should probably... One, two, three, four, five. Oh. Hook the oscilloscope. Grounds up. Okay, that's just the noise I was seeing on the scope. Yeah, that does not look like a video signal. Alright, let me pull the cache card, because, I mean, I really don't know if it works or not. Chime, there's the pop. Doesn't surprise me, I don't have much RAM in it. Yeah. Looks like it's going to be a microscope time for this board next time. I guess I will have to see if there's any schematics for this board out there. Because one thing I would like to do is, there were a few chips that I thought were suspect, or at least they didn't look good until I cleaned them, but they look fine now. I guess I would like to see if I can see if any of those chips are in the video path. And if so, then maybe I replace them just because. But yeah. Okay. Fortunately, I can say now that bag being under the board was not... That was not the problem. That was just a embarrassing discovery when I picked the board up. Okay. Yeah, because there are a few chips I was concerned about. It was this one here, which I don't think has anything to do with video. But the legs, actually the legs kind of still look a little green, but they're... Nah, maybe that's a reflection of the color of the board. But I don't think that has to do with any video. There was also a solder ball. That solder ball is not bridging anything, so... But, like, these were kind of... But I think these are the power-up circuitry. That's SCSI. That's the swim. That's the digital to analog converter. I bet that's the video... part of the video circuitry. Ah, yeah, VDAC. Video digital to audio converter. That was not one of the chips I was concerned about. Yeah, I'm just taking a quick cursory look. Was kind of concerned about these, but those appear to be for the serial ports. Okay, So I guess I'll have to look at the schematics. And maybe I think... I don't know why I'm wearing the headphones. Oh. I could have turned that fan off an hour ago. I think maybe also what I'll try to do is see if I can beg, borrow, steal for a weekend, something, a new bus card. Because if there's something wrong with the video chip, then hopefully that wouldn't stop a new bus card from being able to boot. So maybe I will see what I can do about getting a new bus video card. Other than that, that's going to end it for the stream tonight. I went way longer than I thought I would, because I finished the LC Power Supply sooner than I thought I would. So I guess if you like this video, smash that like button. Subscribe if you're not already. Of course, speaking of subscribing, it's still not too late to enter the 64 subscriber giveaway. The video link is in the video description. You have about a week left to enter as of the date that I live streamed this. So I have already scheduled the giveaway drawing for April 1st at 8 p.m. So, and if you would like, you can check out my Ko-Fi, which I've got it linked. So I've set a goal on Ko-Fi to help me buy some parts for the April projects. The Amiga 1000 is probably going to be one of the first things I'm going to start to work on in April, because yeah, the PSU could use a recap. Yes, I am going to recap the power supply. I just haven't ordered the rest of the caps. So I will recap it. That's coming. And I mean, the 2 voltage rails I could easily measure were fine, but that is certainly not to say that the video doesn't require another of the voltage rails that's on the power supply that is not working fine. Because there is, I think, either a -5 or a -12 volt rail on these Macs. So it is quite possible the 3rd voltage rail on the power supply is not working. I don't have a handy test point without the schematics. I'll go find the schematics and have them handy for next time. So that is quite possibly the whole problem with the video. I just need to order caps. I can only order so many caps at a time, so that it will get recapped. Don't worry. It'll get its day. The Amiga is going to get its day in April. Yeah, it could be noise from the power supply. It could be a lot of things. I mean, it could even... Well, it probably wasn't the fact that I don't have the top on the power supply. It is bugging me where the... Oh, okay. I see where the top of the power supply went. I did... it's sitting over... It's sitting on my Amiga's case top. So... Anyways... I guess I'll end the stream with a nice view of the circuit board there. But I guess at least one good thing is the IIci board starts to power up. It chimes. So that's at least a good... I think that's a good sign. Anytime it chimes, you're closer to it working than it used to be, even if I don't get video. And the fact that the LC II, it fired right up with the power supply for it, that's great. I've got it setting by the ultrasonic cleaner. I'll probably clean it tomorrow. Since I'll be working on the basement tomorrow, I'll probably just go ahead and do that tomorrow, so I can dry the board And inevitably I'll have to run to Lowe's or the hardware store. I'll probably go to the hardware store. So I'll get some heat shrink tubing so I can actually call that finished. I'll pull the schematics up for the 2CI, have those handy next time. It will run to... may see about getting a new bus card. I may hold off on that. Maybe I might... I might wait. I might recap the power supply first, because honestly, I know it needs it. So maybe I may recap the power supply, and then, if that doesn't work, look into a new bus card, or do some troubleshooting from the schematics, because that's also something that I can do. I've got an oscilloscope. I've got the VGA out, so I can at least show you what the scope's seeing. Well, I need a speaker, but, well, that's a lower priority. As long as I can hear it in the headphones, we're good. So with that, I want to go ahead and call this stream to an end. I'd like to thank everyone for sticking around. And I will I'm probably not going to stream this weekend because I've got some work that needs to get done on the basement. So I probably won't stream this weekend. But maybe early next week, if I can either get caps for the 2CI power supply, then maybe I may do a recapping sooner rather than later. But with that, I think that is where the stream is going to end. So let me queue up my animation here. And I'd like to thank everyone and say take care, and I hope to see you next time.